Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the tutorial on data pricing. We will wait for a few more minutes and then we will start. Because I'm not quite sure whether there's several platforms and whether the platforms are counting the people accurately. So anyway, we provide the video clips on YouTube. So feel free to view them in YouTube if YouTube can provide a more stable and more smooth video stream in your area, because I understand that the audience may be distributed all over the world. And also when the time it comes, I will also run the video at at Zoom. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask the questions in the chat, and then we can talk about that. Yeah. And let me check whether we fair has the corresponding. Okay, so let's start. Yeah, welcome again to the tutorial on data pricing. And this tutorial will be about ideas of data pricing, the basic principles, economics, and the algorithmic design, and also from the theoretical point of view, and also from the algorithm point of view. So let's start from the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to the tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. I'm Jian from Simon Fraser University, Canada. It is well recognized that data are invaluable. How we can assess the value of data objectively and quantitatively. Pricing data, or information goods in general, has been studied and practiced in dispersed areas and principles.
such as economics, data management and data mining, electronic commerce, and marketing. In this tutorial, we will present a unified and comprehensive overview of these important directions. We will examine various motivations behind data pricing, understand the economics of data pricing, review the development and evolution of pricing models, and compare the proposals of marketplaces of data. We cover both digital products such as ebooks and MP3 music, and data products such as datasets and data queries. Last, we will also discuss a series of challenges and directions for future work. Let's move on to introduction. In this digital economic era, data are well recognized as an essential resource for work and life. Many products and services are delivered purely in digital forms. Many big data applications are built on the second use or reuse of data. That is, the same data are customized and reused by many applications for different purposes. The extensive sharing and reusing data has profound implications to economy. For example, digital maps are often produced for traffic and directions as the immediate usage. However, studies find that mining activities, particularly by smaller firms with less resources, were strongly benefited by open maps or maps sponsored by governments. Universal availability of data often helps minority parties and emerging initiatives. In business and economic activities, where data are shared, exchanged, and reused, it is essential to measure the value of data properly. While there are many possible ways to appreciate and represent the value of data, a general approach that can be scalable for massive applications and acceptable to many parties is to set a price at which data can be sold or purchased. That is, data pricing. The importance of price in business is well recognized in financial modeling, as price being one of the 4 P's in the marketing mix. Pricing data is far from trivial. Data have many different aspects. Consequently, the term price of data may carry different meanings and refer to different properties of data. To illustrate the complexity, let's quickly consider the following 3 scenarios involving data price information related to data. First, the scenario of data transmission. A mobile service provider may offer a smartphone user the price of its data package. Here, the price is quoted for the data transmission service and is decided by several factors, such as the amount of data the user wants to transmit in a month's time, the location, and the transmission speed. For location, we may mean it is roaming or not, for example. The price does not include and is independent from the content, that is, what the data are about, such as data quality and how the data are covered, stored, or processed. In the second scenario, let's consider digital products. A person wants to watch a movie at home. This is a purchase of data. Since the movie is sent to the customer's home as a stream of bits, The price here typically is related to the content, but is independent from the data transmission service, that is, how the data are transmitted to the user's home. As the third scenario, let's consider data products. Many logistic companies want to pay for weather information to support their business operations. While historical data are relevant, more often than not, those companies want to subscribe to weather forecasting information instead. Some companies may want weather predictions at a higher granularity, while some may want detailed predictions at specific locations. Moreover, some may want long-term predictions, while some others may want short-term predictions. Here, predictions are sold as data products. The above three cases just elaborate some representative scenarios where data prices are used, and are by no means exhaustive. To appreciate data pricing, including ideas, principles, and methods, we have to take an interdisciplinary approach from multiple areas, such as economics and computation, so that they can be two most important areas. Indeed, the studies and practice of data pricing started as early as the dawn of digital economics and are highly diversified and rich in innovative thinking. In this tutorial, we try to present a comprehensive survey on data pricing, an emerging research and practice area that plays a more and more important role in the current digital economic era. Our survey is highly related to the current strong rising of data science. To a large extent, data pricing is an overdue pillar in data science research and practice. Data and information as goods discussed in this survey are those that are distributed purely in digital form. We will focus on two categories of the most interest: pricing digital products and pricing data products. We will demonstrate our discussion by the aforementioned scenarios. In this tutorial, digital products refer to those intangible goods but can be consumed through electronics, such as ebooks, downloadable music, online advertisements, and internet coupons. Many digital products have physical correspondence in one way or the other, though not absolutely necessary. Data products refer to datasets as products and information services derived from datasets. We build the linkage between these two categories by pointing out many ideas and methods on pricing digital products can be generalized and applied to pricing data products. Hereafter, we use the term information goods to refer to both digital products and data products interchangeably. We will also briefly review cloud pricing if time permits, which will cover the basic ideas in the data transmission service scenario. We will take a multidisciplinary approach in this tutorial. The rest of the tutorial is organized as follows. In section 2, we will start from economics and focus on two aspects: the cost reduction in information goods that contributes to their prices and has impact on economics. Then we discuss the differences between digital products and data products. In section 3, we'll discuss the foundation principles of data pricing. We first present versioning as a general framework for pricing information goods. Then, we identify several desirable properties in data pricing, including truthfulness, fairness, revenue maximization, arbitrage freeness, privacy preservation, and computational efficiency. In section 4, we will discuss pricing digital products. We first reviewed the 3 major streams of revenues for digital products. Then, we visit the bundling and subscription planning pricing models. Last, we consider auctions, which are widely used in pricing digital products. In section 5, we discuss pricing data products. We first overview the structures, players, and ways to produce data products in data marketplaces. Then, we examine several important areas in pricing data products, including arbitrage-free pricing, revenue maximization pricing, and fair and truthfulness pricing. We also discuss how to price dynamic data and online pricing. This wraps up the introduction. Thank you.
Hi. May I ask if there are any questions? Okay, this is the very brief introduction. So if there are no any questions, then let's move on to the next section on the economics of data pricing. Just give me 1 second. I'm not that fluent in this setting. Okay, here we are.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second part of the tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. I'm Jian from Simon Fraser University, Canada. In the second part of this tutorial, we will talk about the economics of data pricing. In general, pricing is the practice that a business sets a price at which a product or service can be sold. Pricing is often part of the marketing plan of a business. To set a price, a business often considers a series of objectives, such as profitability, fitness in marketplace, market positioning, price consistency across categories and products, and meeting or preventing competition. Some major pricing strategies in the literature include operations-oriented pricing, revenue-oriented pricing, customer-oriented pricing, value-oriented pricing, and relationship-oriented pricing. There is a rich body of studies in economics and marketing research on pricing tactics, which are far beyond the scope and capacity of this tutorial. In this section, to understand the economic factors specific to data pricing, we examine the cost reduction in information goods. Then, we inspect the differences between digital products and data as products. It is well said that technology changes, but economic laws do not. The production, distribution, and consumption of information goods comparing to those of physical products in the long history of human economies are distinguished by significant cost reductions on 5 aspects, namely search costs, production costs, replication costs, transportation costs, and tracking and verification costs. Essentially, digital and data economics investigates how standard economic models adjust when those costs are reduced dramatically. Goldfarb and Tucker present a thorough discussion whose framework will be largely followed here. Let's first look at search costs. Search costs are the costs of looking for information, which are incurred in any information collection activities. Information goods allow more effective and efficient online search. The consequent low search costs facilitate users discovering digital products and datasets, as well as comparing prices of similar products and services. For example, Fashion and Smith show that online prices of books and CDs are clearly lower than offline, though the price dispersion, however, does not shrink accordingly. Low search costs facilitate the sales of rare and long-tail products. Thus, more variety is often observed in information goods and services. The degree of virality may be heavily impacted by recommender systems. Specific to consumption of media, one of the major categories of digital products, it is shown that online media consumption is more diverse than offline. At the same time, consumers may tend to consume more than aligned that aligns more or less with their viewpoints, which is called the echo chamber effect. Low search costs give strong rise to the prevalent platform business, which provide extensive matching services to customers and improve trade efficiency. Interoperability, compatibility, and standards are strategic tools for both building platforms and running platform business. Production costs. Producing digital products such as online courses, ebooks, software, graphics, and digital arts and photography is very different from manufacturing physical products like bread, shoes, and jackets. Moreover, collecting and processing massive data so that parts of data can be sold and can meet customers' needs is also very different from traditional production. A wide spectrum of production costs in traditional products are substantially reduced in information goods. First, some essential major costs in traditional productions, such as materials, semi-finished products, and their transportation, are dramatically reduced in producing information goods. In many cases, the cost of obtaining, producing, and transporting raw materials and physical semi-finished products can be reduced to very low or even approach in zero in making information goods. Second, a substantial cost of a traditional physical product often belongs to the product itself and cannot be further reduced through sharing. The unit cost of information goods can approach zero through sharing as long as there are sufficient reuses and sales volume. Last, smart manufacturing and customer to manufacturing can reduce the supply chain costs in traditional physical production. Information goods often can reduce the cost of customization to extreme. The substantial reduction in production cost in materials, semi-finished products, customization, and sharing gives rise to a series of innovative business models, such as economics of sharing, pay-as-you-go, and query-based data consumption. These also encourage innovation and long-tail products that address diverse and small groups of potential customers. Replication costs. One distinct feature of information goods versus traditional products is that information goods are non-rival. That is, one customer consuming an information good does not reduce the amount or quality of the product or are available to other customers. The zero marginal cost, non-rival property of information goods empowers innovative opportunities and brings in new challenges. In order to structure pricing of a large variety of zero marginal cost, non-rival information goods, bundling, which is multiple products are sold together at a single price, is often used. Since a large number of information goods can be bundled together without a substantial increase in cost, economically, it may be optimal to bundle thousands of digital products together to meet diverse and independent customer preferences. Due to the zero marginal cost and non-rival property, many information goods are made publicly available, such as Wikipedia and open source software. People contribute to open source or publicly available digital products and data to demonstrate their potential skills to potential employers. Companies support those products to complement their sales on other products. The zero marginal cost and non-rivalrous property cost challenge to copyright policies and enforcement. There is a study showing that the low replication costs, though may reduce revenue, help supplies and demands, and thus boost quality. Another study shows that the protection of intellectual properties indeed has negative impact on follow-on innovation in gene sequencing. At the same time, there are evidence showing that governments mandate open data may lead to data leakage and privacy breaches that affect citizens' offline welfare. On the negative side, the zero marginal cost or non-rivalrous nature also is the way of spamming and online crime. 4. Transportation costs. Thanks to the internet, the cost of transporting information goods approach zero. This may imply that local communities may not affect adoption and consumption of information goods. often known as the effect of flat world. Interestingly, this is not quite true, as some studies demonstrate that taste may still be local in music and content consumption. While the physical transportation may approach zero, regulation may also be sophisticated constraints on locations. For example, when Wikipedia was blocked in China in October 2005, more contributions from outside China were motivated to contribute. Copyright policies may also affect the availability and consumption of information goods, such as news media, in different regions, and thus may be reflected by price. Checking and verification cost. The capability of checking users with relatively low costs is an important feature of information goods. The low checking costs give the rise to extensive personalized markets and possible price discrimination. Behavioral price discrimination is an immediate type, which sets price according to customers' previous behavior. Correspondingly, if customers are well aware of the benefits of checking information to a monopoly, they may likely choose to be privacy sensitive and hold the information. Another type of price discrimination is versioning, which sells information at different prices to different customers using different versions. Versioning will be discussed later. The advantage of low checking costs also lead to the booming business of personalized advertising. A challenge for a company, however, is how to set prices for many advertisements that may be shown to massive customers. The same advertisement may have different prices for different customers. Auctions are often used to address this challenge. Auctions can also be used to discover prices for information goods, as well as we will see more examples later in this tutorial. At the same time, auctions may be less useful when online marketplaces become mature. The low checking costs and the consequences such as price discrimination lead to serious concern on privacy. As will be discussed later in this tutorial, whether privacy should be treated as goods and how privacy is priced are investigated. Moreover, privacy regulation and the impact on welfare are important topics, though they are far beyond the scope of this tutorial. As a byproduct of how checking costs, the cost of verifying identity and reputation of producers and users of information goods are dramatically lower than those in traditional scenarios. The low verification costs facilitate online transactions extensively and lower the cost of trust dramatically. Now, let's look at the differences between digital products and data products. This tutorial focuses on pricing two categories of information goods: digital products and data products. While digital products and data products share a series of common ideas and methods in pricing, they are also essentially different from each other on at least four aspects. First, the units of digital products are often well defined and fixed. For example, Individual movies and music are often priced and sold in whole. The consumption of a digital product is often independent from each other. For example, it would be rare that two digital books have to be read at the same time. In contrast, although the basic unit in a dataset can be at very small granularity, such as a record in a relational table, the units for pricing and consumption often vary from one customer to another. For example, a customer may be interested in the sales data of female customers in a province, while another customer may be interested in the sales data on electronics during the Christmas season. Correspondingly, one individual unit of data at lowest granularity may not be valuable. For example, one customer purchase record after proper anonymization may not be useful for a retailer. Instead, more often than not, many basic units of data are combined, aggregated, and consumed together. Second, different from digital products, datasets as data products have very strong and flexible aggregatability. Customers often aggregate data using various dimensions. The aggregatability, on the one hand, enables many opportunities for innovations in data business, and on the other hand, poses many technical and business challenges, such as ensuring arbitrage-free and verification of aggregates, as to be discussed later in this tutorial. In many business scenarios, digital products like movies and music are bundled. However, bundles are not aggregates. Customers still get digital products and consume them individually. Bundling is to take the advantage of low replication costs of digital products to boost sales and meet consumers' diverse demands. Third, the means of consuming digital products and data products are also very different. Typically, digital products are consumed directly by people, such as movies watched by people and music enjoyed by fans. Datasets are more often than not consumed by computers. They are, for example, analyzed, summarized, or used to train machine learning models. The outputs of models are used to automate operations or support human decision making. Last, digital products and data products are dramatically different in ways to reuse and resell. Digital products are easy to be consumed by others, that is, to be reused or even to be resold to others in whole. Datasets, to the contrary, can be reused by others in different ways, such as aggregation in different dimensions and analysis for different purposes. Moreover, data can be easily processed and transferred so that they can be resold in a hard-to-detect manner. The above differences between digital products and data products lead to different considerations in pricing principles and methods, which will be discussed later. Before we leave this topic, we want to point out that it is possible that the same information can be regarded as digital products in some situations and as data products in some other scenarios. For example, social media like tweets and customer reviews can be regarded as digital products when a customer reads them online. At the same time, they can be collected and processed in batch by analytic tools to detect events, discover customer profiles, and fit recommender systems. In this situation, A systematic collection of social media can be priced and sold as a data product. In summary, information goods, including digital products and data products, distinguish themselves from the traditional physical products in significant cost reduction, particularly in search costs, production costs, replication costs, transportation costs, and tracking and verification costs. The significant reduction of cost has profound impact on pricing information goods, which will be discussed in the later sections of this tutorial. There are several major differences between digital products and data products, including consumption units, aggregatability, means of consumption, and using and reselling. That's all for the section 2, the economics of data pricing. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Right, that's the end of section 2. I just want to ask if the audience has any questions or want to have any discussion about any topics there. We plan a little bit buffer here to give people some time to take a break or ask questions. And by the way, you don't have to follow the schedule strictly here. If you would like to have your own pace to view the videos, you can always do that in YouTube. And you are always welcome to come back to the Zoom link room to have discussion, and also we can talk about anything, any specific points you feel interested. So maybe we can have a 5-minute mini break, because in this talk we only budget 15 minutes break instead of the 30 minutes as required by the conference. The main idea is that we would like to have those small buffers to roughly align people, no matter they are doing the online Zoom link or they are doing the YouTube video. Yeah, we'll start the third section on the fundamental principles of data pricing at 8:45, 5 minutes from now. And about the audio and video, do you have any problems in viewing from your side? Seems everything is okay. Look at the YouTube. me set up the next section then. There is one very good question. The question is good, Gaurav question. Sorry if I did not pronounce your name properly. What are your thoughts on evaluating the true cost of production of data sets, cost of creation of data pipeline, the processing resources? How does one assess this? This is a great question. Indeed, this is a big challenge in the real applications. Typically, for these costs, we can separate it into two parts. One part is the physical cost occur to, for example, equipment used, those things, right? Bandwidth, storage, computation, all those things. Later on in this tutorial, we will talk about that part. Another part is hard to estimate. For example, it is how the data owners will evaluate or will value their privacy. And then this is a part indeed is have to go through some economic process. For example, some bargaining, some auction, this kind of process to assess the value. And so far, as one of the challenges we point out at the end of this tutorial, so far the data pricing practice doesn't have an complete end-to-end solution and consideration. So at this time, I would say people focus more on the physical evaluation, but they do not provide sufficient guideline or sufficient foundations for the overall estimation. And therefore, there's also some methods try to adjust the price of data, the value of data in a dynamic way. For example, looking at online data. We'll also talk about that later in the tutorial. Thank you, Gaurav. A very good question. Okay, so without any, if there's no any further question, let's start the section 5. Sorry, section 3, the principle of economics, the principles of data pricing. Just 1 second. Here you are.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third section of my tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. In this section, we'll talk about the fundamental principles of data pricing. In this section, we first review the idea of versioning, which is a fundamental framework of designing information goods and pricing them. Then, we'll review several important properties in cost models of digital and data products, including truthfulness, revenue maximization, fairness, arbitrage-free pricing, privacy preservation, and computational efficiency. Versioning. As the replication costs of information goods are very low, even approaching zero in many cases, the price of an information good tends to be very low in marketplaces too. The potential of very low prices of information goods, on the one hand, makes information goods economically appealing, and on the other hand, may also make information goods economically dangerous, as the competitors may easily enter the market. This dilemma keeps many traditional pricing strategies far away from their being effectiveness. To solve the dilemma, the core idea is linking price to value. That is, we set a price reflecting the value that a customer places on the information. Especially, the versioning strategy makes different versions to appeal to different types of customers. For example, for a piece of software, different versions have different subsets of features. Different versions of a movie may provide different image resolutions and sound effects. Essentially, versioning divides customers into subgroups so that each subgroup may regard some features highly valuable and some other features of little value. A version corresponding to the demands can be provided. There are many different ways to produce different versions of information goods. For example, delay is often a good basis. In stock market information services, an expensive version may deliver real-time codes, while a basic version delivers the same information 20 minutes later. In addition, versions may be defined by convenience, such as data can be accessed only by PDF file or by downloadable spreadsheet. They also can be defined by comprehensiveness, such that the length of historical data available, or by manipulation, such as whether users can store, duplicate, print the information. Or they can be defined by community, meaning the availability of posting and reading discussion boards. Sometimes it may even be defined by annoyance, meaning the option of no advertisement. Or there are many other factors may be considered. Most versions of information goods are created by subtracting values from the most technologically advanced and complete version. In many situations where customers may not realize the value of an information good unless they try it, even the free versions may be provided. The rationale here is that the free versions can provide opportunities to potential customers to test out. The objectives of offering free versions include building awareness, gaining follow-on sales, creating a customer network, attracting attention, and gaining competitive advantages. How many versions should be made? The number of versions of an information good may be divided by two major considerations. First, the characteristics of the information to be sold is important. An information good that can be used in many different ways opens the door to many different versions. The second important factor is the value that different customers may place on it. The versioning strategy has been investigated in pricing data products, relational datasets, and query results in specific. Relational views provide a natural and flexible technical mean to produce versions of an information source. A series of technical challenges are identified, such as arbitrage in pricing, fine-grained data pricing, pricing updates, integrated data, and competing data sources. We'll review those later in this tutorial. There are a series of important desiderata in data pricing. There are many different ways to design and implement pricing tools and pricing models for information goods. There are a small number of desideratas pursued by most models. How to implement those desiderata in pricing models will be discussed in the later sections. First, let's look at truthfulness. To make a market efficient, the market is preferred to be truthful. A market is truthful if every buyer is selfish and only offers the price that maximizes the buyer's true utility value. In other words, in a truthful market, no buyer pays more than sufficient to purchase a product. Here, different buyers may have different utility values on the same product. Truthfulness can facilitate a wide spectrum of pricing mechanisms, such as many kinds of auctions. Auctions of products will be discussed in the next section. The second principle is revenue maximization. Pricing models can optimize different objectives, such as lowest cost, highest profit, and largest sales. The objective of maximizing revenue is often of specific interest in designing pricing strategies. The rationale is that for a business to be successful long-term, a more immediate and important requirement is to win over as many customers as possible. For traditional physical products, it is often assumed that the marginal cost goes up after a certain number of units are manufactured, and thus the profit can be maximized if the output level is set so that the marginal revenue is equal to the marginal cost, and the revenue can be maximized if the marginal revenue becomes zero. However, given that the replication costs of information goods are very low, revenue maximization and profit maximization for information products become quite different from the physical products. Fairness. Essentially, a market is fair if each seller gets the fair share of the revenue in collection. In his seminal article, Shepard lays out the fundamental requirements of fairness in markets. Suppose there are K sellers cooperatively participate in a transaction that leads to a payment of V. There are four basic requirements. The first requirement is balance, meaning the sum of the payment to each seller should be equal to V. That is, the payment is fully distributed to all sellers. The second requirement is symmetric. That means for a set of sellers S and two additional sellers S and S prime who are not in S, if adding S to the big S or adding the S prime to the big S produce the same payment, then S and S prime should receive the same payment. In other words, the same contribution to utility should be paid the same. The third requirement is zero element. For a set of sellers S and an additional seller S prime, if this S union this S, small s, and the big S produce the same payment, then this small s should receive a payment of zero. In other words, if one member does not make any contributions, the members should not receive any payment. The last requirement is additivity. If the goods can be used for two tasks, T1 and T2, with payments V1 and V2 respectively, then the payment to complete both tasks T1 plus T2 should be V1 plus V2. In the above well-celebrated Shapley fairness, the Shapley value is the unique allocation of payment that satisfies all the requirements. The formula of the Shapley value is given at the top of the slide. Here, U is the utility function, D is the complete set of sellers, the big S is a subset of D, is a set of seller, and the small s is a seller. As you can see in this formula, essentially, the Shapley value of this small s is the expectation that in all possible subsets big S in this D, what's the contribution of S in utility? So equivalently, this equation can be rewritten in the following way, which is pi is the permutation of all sellers and pi is the set of sellers preceding S in pi. There are some studies observed that as the replication costs of information goods are very low, the marginal costs of productions are close to zero. A seller can produce more units of the same information good to obtain a large Shapley value and thus a large portion of the payment unjustified in business. This is a challenge in designing fair marketplace for information good. Arbitrage-free pricing. Arbitrage is the activities that take advantage of price differences between two or more markets of channels. For example, a user wants to purchase the access to an article whose list price is $35. Suppose that the journal publishing the article has a monthly subscription rate of $25. Then, the user can conduct arbitrage to subscribe to the journal for only 1 month and obtain the article at a price cheaper than the listed price. Arbitrage is often undesirable in pricing models. At least it should be able to check whether a pricing model is arbitrage-free. However, arbitrage may sneak in pricing models that are not thoroughly designed. For example, suppose a data service provider sells query results with prices based on variance. A variance of 10 for $5 each query result, and a variance of 1 for $100 each query result. Each answer is produced independently. A customer wants to obtain an answer of variance of 1 can indeed purchase the query 10 times and compute their average. Due to the independent noise in perturbation, the aggregated average has variance 1, and thus the customer saves $50. Privacy preservation. Privacy is becoming a more and more serious concern about information goods. In general, privacy is the ability of an individual or a group to keep themselves or the information about themselves hidden from being identified or approached by other people. Privacy is highly related to information and information exchange, which are information goods about. As explained in Section 2, due to the low checking cost of information goods, it is easier to collect data about user privacy. Whether privacy should be treated as goods and how privacy is priced will be discussed later. It is highly desirable to preserve privacy in marketplaces of information goods. In general, transactions in a marketplace may disclose privacy of various parties in many different ways. First, privacy of buyers is highly vulnerable. Their identities, the location and time of purchases, specific products purchased, the purchase price, and total amount may reflect their privacy. It has been reported from time to time that e-commerce providers leak customer information by mistakes, such as an accident reported recently. Second, privacy of providers of information goods may also be disclosed. For example, medical treatment information in hospitals is highly valuable, for example, for pharmacy medical equipment companies. Imagine that hospitals can collect and anonymize medical treatment data properly and provide the corresponding data products in marketplaces so that individual patients cannot be identified. Buyers, however, may be able to infer from the data the successful rates of a specific treatment in a hospital, which may be regarded as the privacy of the hospital. Last, transactions in marketplaces may also disclose privacy of a third party involved. For example, an AI technology company may provide a machine learning model building services to data product buyers. However, machine learning models may be stolen, which are regarded the privacy of the AI technology company. To protect privacy in marketplaces of information goods, various directions are being explored, such as hiding the information about what, when, and how much a buyer purchases, building decentralized and trustworthy privacy preservation data marketplace, investigating the trade-off between payments and accuracy when privacy presents, and aggregating non-verifiable information from a privacy-sensitive population. There are many studies on privacy preserving in information goods. We refer interested readers to consult the rich body of surveys and others. In this tutorial, we will not discuss further details about privacy preservation techniques, since privacy preservation techniques are far beyond the scope and capacity of this survey. Last, computational efficiency. As many information goods may be sold to a huge number of potential buyers, a pricing model has to match goods and sellers and buyers with an appropriate price. Computing prices efficiently with respect to a large number of goods and a large number of buyers presents technical challenges. For example, one reasonable expectation is that a marketplace is polynomial. That is, the complexity of computing prices has to be polynomial with respect to the number of sellers and cannot grow with respect to the number of goods or buyers when prices are updated. When auctions are used in determining prices, auction efficiency, which is the time needed to process bids, is required to be fast. In summary, versioning is a common mechanism in designing and pricing information goods. so that prices of different versions can be linked to values placed by various customer groups. There are a series of important requirements on pricing information goods, including truthfulness, revenue maximization, fairness, arbitrage-free pricing, privacy preservation, and computational efficiency. Those requirements pose technical challenges to pricing models. This wraps up the third section of the tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. Thank you.
Great. So this is the third section. We have a few minutes to see if there are any questions, any discussion. In the rest of this tutorial, we will divide topics into between pricing digital products and pricing data products. So we will apply the basic principles we just discussed in this section to analyze different algorithms and different marketing mechanisms. Indeed, as I mean, at the end of the first, the previous section, people ask, say, whether we can have the end-to-end evaluation of data products. As you can see from the principles of data pricing, there are a lot of things pretty sophisticated. So, so far, how to integrate multiple principles together to make an overall and consistent pricing design, this still remains a good challenge. Okay, let me prepare and switch to the next section on the data pilot on the pricing information products. Okay, let's start.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. This is the fourth part of the tutorial, pricing digital products. Although the focus of this tutorial is about pricing data products, I will provide a brief review on pricing digital products here, since some general ideas in pricing digital products can be borrowed and extended to data products. In some cases, the boundary between digital products and data products is even blurry, as we discussed before. In this section, we first discuss the three major streams of revenues for digital products. Then, we look at two major types of pricing models. The first is bundling and subscription, and the second is auctions. These pricing models are popularly adopted by digital product marketplaces. First, let's look at the streams of revenues. As discussed in section 3, Revenue maximization often serves as the basic objective in pricing mechanisms, including pricing digital products. Therefore, the understanding of pricing digital products has to start with an analysis of possible ways revenues of digital products may come from. Lambridge summarized that there are three streams of revenue for digital products that are delivered online. The first is money. It means a provider can sell to customer content or more broadly services such as movies and ebooks. The second stream is information and privacy. Instead of charging customers directly, a provider can collect the customer information by tracking and sell the information about customers to generate revenues. Here, we may use, for example, cookies to track customers. The third stream is time and attention. A provider can sell space in their digital products to advertisers to produce revenue. Often, a firm has to design a revenue model for its digital products that combine more than one revenue stream. The three streams are not independent. Instead, they are competing with each other. And thus, a good trade-off has to be settled. On the one hand, in some situations, revenues from money stream may be increased at the cost of those from time and attention stream. For example, customers may pay for the content and avoid ads, or convert from free versions to premium versions with fitting functions. On the other hand, customers may be highly price sensitive in some digital products, and thus growth in time and attention stream may be easier. For example, an online news site experiences a dramatic loss of customer visits after introducing a paywall. Free samples may simulate long-term sales. A possible trade-off between money and time attention has to be carefully designed. Typical approaches in revenue models of content and services include rigid pricing. That is, for example, each movie is priced at a fixed price. Designing pricing tiers. For example, we may have basic versus premium versions. Setting up duration of subscription plans. For example, we may have 6 months of promotion period with very low subscription price, and then design freemium models. One important and unique feature in digital product consumption is micropayment, which means a customer can pay a very small amount that is typically impractical in traditional transactions using standard credit card due to the network service fees. Micropayments and subscriptions have different effects on consumer behavior. As a concrete example of revenue models, consider pricing software products. The major parameters of pricing models include formation of price, structure of payment flow, assessment-based price discrimination, price building, and dynamic strategies. The formation of price considers price determination, that is, cost-based, value-based, or competition-oriented, as well as degree of interaction. Unilateral versus interactive. In terms of payment flow, it may be by single payment, recurring payments, or combination. The assessment base of pricing may be usage-dependent, such as by transaction or time, or usage independent, such as server times and GPU. As the tracking cost of digital products are low, a firm can collect customer personal data and sell such data to produce revenue. That is, we can generate revenue from information and privacy stream. Typically, personal data may include customers' identities, behavior patterns, preferences, and needs. There are various ways to sell customer data, which will also be discussed in Section 5 when data products and their marketplaces are discussed. For example, a website can provide direct marketing companies' user activity information. Moreover, websites can also collaborate with data management platforms like DMP for advertising and produce revenues by facilitating businesses to identify audience segments. As another example, the information about how customers are connected in social networks can be used to design customized discounts in marketing campaigns. There is a model to price customer-level information such that the data about each customer is sold individually and individual queries to the database are priced linearly. As new technologies of customer tracking become available, more pricing models may emerge. We want to point out that selling customer data, though serves the purpose of selling digital products, crosses the boundary between selling digital products and data products. We will review some studies on setting prices of customer data and privacy information in the section about pricing data products. To produce revenues for time attention stream, many digital product producers and service providers embed advertisements in their products in one way or the other, and obtain remarkable or even dominant advertising income. However, as John Wanamaker wisely said, half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. The trouble is I don't know which half. This is well recognized that it is hard to accurately measure advertising effects. Advertisers can customize ads for online display. In summary, digital product and service suppliers produce revenues through three major streams: money, information and privacy, and time and attention. Orthogonally, a firm can bundle its digital products and also design subscription plans that provide products and services in a specific period of time. Bundling and subscription planning will be discussed next. As discussed before, the low replication cost of information goods allow prevalent adoption of bundling. Product bundle organizes products or services into bundles, such that a bundle of products or services are for sale as one combined product or service package. Product bundling is a common marketing practice, particularly in the traditional industry like telecommunication services, financial services, healthcare, and consumer electronics. Designing product bundles essentially is a combinatorial optimization problem. The basic and static setting is that a customer wants to buy either one or multiple products at a time, which is investigated well before the digital products are available. A series of studies developed pricing strategies with two products under different various types of bundling. They share the basic assumption that demand of a bundle is elastic comparing to demand for individual products. For example, Armstrong studied the scenarios where products may be substituted or provided by separate sellers. Bundling multiple products is analyzed, often under the independent value distribution framework. Consider the situation where there are n heterogeneous products for one buyer, and the objective is to maximize expected revenue. Assume that the value distributions on products are independent, that is, for each product xi, the price that the buyer would like to pay for is an arbitrary distribution di in range from ai to bi, where ai and less than bi between 0 and they are finite, and those distributions d1, d2 until di are independent from each other. Further assume that the buyer is additive, that is, the buyer's value for a set of products is the sum of the buyer's values of these individual products in the set. Then, there's a study shows that either selling each item separately or selling all items together as a grand bundle produces at least a constant fraction of the optimal revenue. This interesting and important result shows a simple yet effectively bundling strategy, either pricing each product individually or pricing the grand bundle in the expected price. In practice, many platforms such as Lulu and Amazon Prime Video offer grand bundle subscription for their products. More recently, there is a study showing that grand bundle is optimal if customers with higher values of the grand bundle indeed have higher relative values for smaller bundles compared to the grand bundle. When multiple buyers are considered, those preferences are unknown. Bell can give a simple pricing model that achieves a surprisingly strong guarantee. In the case of unlimited supplies, a random single price achieves expected revenue within a logarithmic factor for customers with general valuation functions. These results allows great convenience in practice, that is, setting a uniform price for all products. It is easy to price a bundle of a larger number of products, since the law of larger numbers allows to predict customers' valuations for a larger bundle of products more accurately. Orthogonal to bundling, subscription is to price the interactions between customers and a platform over a period of time. Subscribing customers are in general heterogeneous in both usage rate and value of products. On the one hand, customers with higher usage rates may prefer subscribing to larger subscription sets. On the other hand, in order to maximize revenue, The platform wants customers with lower usage rates to subscribe and customers with higher usage rates to rent. Moreover, different users may have different values for a product. Many platforms offer subscriptions and renting at the same time. For a platform, the subscription model is to select a subscription fee and the period for each set of products, and also set the rental price for each product. Alay et al. Follows the model of grant bundle and consider grant subscription, a single rental price for the set that includes all products. They establish the sufficient and necessary condition for the optimality of grant subscription. They also show that subscription fees can be set proportional to the cardinality of a set of products and can achieve 1 over 4 log 2n plus log n of the optimal revenue of n times of customers and m times of products. This approximation is tight in the sense that it cannot be improved more than omega 1 over log n in polynomial time. After all, bundling and subscription modeling is computationally challenging due to the combinational nature. Dynamic pricing bundles and subscriptions such as promotions and coupons have rarely been touched yet. Now, let's move on to look at auctions. Auctions have a long history back to the Babylonian and Roman empires. There are many excellent surveys on auctions. A comprehensive review on auctions is far beyond the scope and capacity of this tutorial. In this tutorial, we instead only focus on the important role of auctions as a pricing mechanism for digital products. First, let's look at the basics about auctions. There are 4 basic types of auctions. First, in the ascending bid auction, which is also known as the English auction, the price is raised successively until only one bidder remains, who wins the object at the final price. The descending auction, which is also known as the Dutch auction, works the other way by starting at a very high price and lowering the price continuously until the first bidder calling out and accepting the current price. The third category is the first price sealed bid auction, where each bidder submits a bid without knowing the other's bids. The one making the highest bid wins and pays at the named price. Last, the second price sealed bid auction, which is also known as the weekly auction, works in the same way as the first price sealed bid auction does, except that the winner pays only the second highest bid. There are 2 basic models of the value information in auction. The private value model assumes that every bidder has an independent value on the object for sale. The value is also private to the bidder only. The pure common value model assumes that the actual value of the object for sale is the same for all bidders. But bidders have different private information about the actual value. Every bidder adjusts her or his estimate of the actual value by learning other bidders' signals. There are also models considering both values private to individual bidders and common to all bidders. One fundamental principle in auction theory is the revenue equivalence theorem, which essentially states that for a set of risk-neutral bidders with independent private valuation of an object drawn from a common cumulative distribution that is strictly increasing and octantile on a range V mean to V max. Any auction mechanism yields the same expected revenue, and thus any bidder with valuation V making the same expected payment if two conditions hold. The first condition is that the object is allocated to the bidder with the highest valuation, and the second condition is any bidder with valuation V mean has an expected utility of 0. Based on this revenue equivalence theorem, the four basic types of auctions lead to the same payment by the winner and the same revenue. While most study in auction theory make some simple assumptions about independence of customer valuation, empirical studies demonstrate that, in practice, the wrong assumption of evaluation independence causes inefficient auctions in e-commerce. As a special and interesting case study, let's look at sponsored search auctions. One important application of auctions in pricing digital products is online ad and sponsored search auctions. Sponsored search is the business model where content providers pay each search engines for traffic to their websites. In sponsored search, advertisers and more generally content providers bid for keywords in search engines, and search engines decide which ad to display in which position to answer a query from a user. GoTo.com created the first sponsored search auction. Different pricing models can be used in sponsored search auctions, such as pay per mille, pay per impression, pay per click, and pay per action. In the early days of sponsored search, a generalized first price auction is used. Each advertiser bids on multiple keywords and can get a bidding price for each keyword. When a user query, which is a keyword, is answered, the top K bids on the keyword in price are displayed. If an ad is clicked by the user, the corresponding advertiser pays the bidding price. The first price auction mechanism is unstable and costs advertisers time and reduces search engine profits. Later, Google generalizes the second price auction mechanism and enhances the ranking of bids by additional information, such as the ad's click-through rate, keyword relevance, and ad's landing site quality. There are many in-depth analyses about sponsored search auction mechanism. For example, some studies analyze auction mechanisms based on assumptions about rationality, budget constraints, and CTR distributions. Some other studies look at practical sponsored search systems and discuss auction mechanisms where the standard assumptions do not hold. Another group of studies conduct empirical studies to understand bidding behavior and statistics. Last and latest, deep learning approaches are used to develop auction strategies in sponsored search. Now, let's look at auctions on digital products with unlimited supplies, which is a unique and interesting problem to digital products. One unique feature of digital products is that the replication costs are very low and thus may have almost unlimited supply. Products of unlimited supplies bring new challenges and opportunities to auction mechanism design. For example, the second price auction can be straightforwardly generalized for k identical products. The top k highest bidders win and each pays the k plus 1th bidding price. However, when there are unlimited identical products, the k plus 1th bidding price approaches zero. The lack of competition due to abusive supplies prevents bidders from offering any high prices. In other words, the challenge is how to ensure the bids are truthful. That is, the bids reflect the bidder's true valuation of the digital products. Denoted by B, the set of bidders, and by B1, B2, the bidding prices in descending order. That is, we assume that BI is higher than BI plus 1, and of course, all the bids are positive. Suppose the generalized second price auction mechanism is used. That is, if k bids are taken, those winning bids each pays the cost bk plus 1. The option's objective is to maximize k times b plus 1. We say an auction is competitive if it yields revenue within a constant factor of the optimal fixed pricing. It is tricky that when there is an unlimited supply, the victory auction is not competitive if the seller chooses the number of products to sell before knowing the bids. And it is not truthful if the seller chooses after knowing the bids. Goldberg et al. Proposed the first competitive auction for digital goods. The major idea is the framework of random sampling auction. An auction is bid independent if bidder I's bid value should only determine whether the bidder wins the auction, but not the price. We select a sample B prime of B at random, independent from the bid values. We use the bids in B prime to compute the optimal bid threshold FB prime. FB prime is to maximize the revenue in B prime. Then, every bidder in B minus B prime whose bid value is over FB prime wins. Symmetrically, we use the bids in B minus B prime to compute the optimal bid threshold FB minus B prime that maximizes the revenue in B minus B prime. And every bidder in B prime whose bid value is higher than FB minus B prime wins. Random sampling auction, no matter the single price version or the multiple price version, are competitive. Indeed, k plus 1th bidding price. However, when there are unlimited identical products, the k plus 1th bidding price approaches zero. The lack of competition due to abusive supplies prevents bidders from offering any high prices. In other words, the challenge is how to ensure the bids are truthful. That is, the bids reflect the bidder's true valuation of the digital products. Denoted by B, the set of bidders, and by B1, B2, the bidding prices in descending order. That is, we assume that BI is higher than BI plus 1, and of course all the bits are positive. Suppose the generalized second price auction mechanism is used. That is, if k bits are taken, those winning bits each pays the cost bk plus 1. The option's objective is to maximize k times b plus 1. We say an auction is competitive if it yields revenue within a constant factor of the optimal fixed pricing. It is tricky that when there is an unlimited supply, the Vickery auction is not competitive if the seller chooses the number of products to sell before knowing the bids. And it is not truthful if the seller chooses after knowing the bids. Goldberg et al. Proposed the first competitive auction for digital goods. The major idea is the framework of random sampling auction. An auction is bid independent if bidder I's bid value should only determine whether the bidder wins the auction, but not the price. We select a sample B prime of B at random, independent from the bid values. We use the bids in B prime to compute the optimal bid threshold FB prime. FB prime is to maximize the revenue in B prime. Then, every bidder in B minus B prime whose bid value is over FB prime wins. Symmetrically, we use the bids in B minus B prime to compute the optimal bid threshold FB minus B prime that maximizes the revenue in B minus B prime. And every bidder in B prime whose bid value is higher than FB minus B prime wins. Random sampling auction, no matter the single price version or the multiple price version, are competitive. Indeed, there are 15 competitive in the worst case and 4 competitive for a large class of instances where there are at least 6 bids are as good as the optimal sell price. There are a series of improvements on random sampling auctions. Goldberg and Hartline extend the scope of single digital product with unlimited supply to multiple products with unlimited supply. Given a set of bids, they show that the bidder optimal product assignment given the bids and the optimal sale prices can be determined by solving the integer programming problem as shown in the slide. Then, we can solve the optimal pricing problem in the following random sampling auction. Let B be the set of bidders. First, we obtain a sample B prime of bidders. Second, we compute the optimal sale prices for B prime. Last, we run the fixed price auction on B minus B prime using the sales price computed in the previous integer programming problem. All bidders in B prime lose the auction. The random sampling auction is shown truthful and competitive. Most of the proposed auctions for digital goods with unlimited supply are randomized auctions. Goldberg et al. Show that no deterministic auction can be competitive. Agrawal et al. Later find out that the result does not hold for asymmetric auctions. In a symmetric X-AND auction, bias preference parameters are drawn from a symmetric probability distribution, and thus there exists a symmetric equilibrium if an equilibrium exists at all. In a symmetric auction, each buyer has the same information about the product but a different opportunity cost of obtaining the product. That is, bidders' valuations are drawn from different distributions. Agawa et al. Give an asymmetric deterministic auction that can approximate the revenue of any optimal single price sale in the worst case. Indeed, they develop a general randomization technique to transform any randomized auction into an asymmetric deterministic auction with approximately the same revenue. The general idea follows the deterministic maximization flow solution to the well-known hat problem. One drawback in random sampling auctions is that some bidders may lose even they make bids higher than some winning bidders do, since the bidders in B prime and B minus B prime use different thresholds in one product version, and all bidders in B prime loses in the multi-product version. Goldberg and Hartline establish a fundamental result. An auction cannot be at the same time truthful, competitive, and envy-free. They also explore possible trade-offs between truthfulness and envy-freeness based on the consensus revenue estimate. Specifically, using a similar idea in combinatorial auctions with single parameter agents, we can relax the truthfulness requirement by requiring being truthful with probability 1 minus epsilon and always guarantee envy-free. The auction is highly truthful when epsilon approaches 0 and the number of winners in the auction approach infinity. The other type of auctions relaxes the envy-free requirement to being envy-free with probability 1 minus epsilon and guarantees that truthfulness. Both auctions are competitive and the probability is over random coin tosses made by the randomized auction mechanism and not the input. In addition to potentially unlimited supply, another important feature of digital goods is that a digital good, such as a movie and a song, may be sold repetitively. Therefore, auctions on digital goods may run continuously instead of only one round. Moreover, customers may want to have a prompt answer to their bids. Online auctions are designed to address the setting where different customers bid at different times. The auction mechanism has to make a decision about each bid as it arrives. An online auction is incentive compatible if the bidders are rationally motivated to reveal their true valuation of the object. Levy and Neeson showed that an online auction is incentive compatible if and only if it is based on supply curves under the assumption of limited supply. That is, before it receives the ith bid, BIQ, it fixes the supply curves, PIQ, based on the previous bids. And the quantity Qi sold to customer I is the quantity Q that maximizes the sum of Bij minus Pij. J equals 1 to Q. And the price by I, paid by I, is the sum of Pij when j iterates from 1 to q. They also propose insensitive compatible auctions for limited supply. To tackle the challenge where there is unlimited supply, by Joseph et al. Point out that supply curves are not available anymore in this situation. Instead, they proposed an extremely simple incentive-compatible randomized online auction. For each bidder I, it picks a random number t between 0 to log h 4 and set the price threshold to Si equal to 2 to the power of t, where h is the ratio of the highest variation against the lowest variation among all bidders. This auction is shown to be O log h competitive. The auction mechanism can be further improved to achieve even better incentive compatibility. Specifically, we can divide a sequence of bits B1, B2 into L buckets, where L equals log h 4 plus 1, such that the bucket Bj contains the bits with indexes in the range of 2 to the power of j to the 2 to the power of j plus 1. The weight of bucket Bj is the sum of bits within Ij. That is, Wj equals the sum of I in this bucket Bj. A new bidder can choose one of the buckets at random with the probability proportional to the bucket weight and pays the price of the lowest bid of the bucket. The price Si that bidder I pays follows the probability distribution of PR Si equals J equals to Wj over the sum of Wr to the power of D. This auction is shown to be competitive. By setting D properly, the auction can be shown to log h square root exponential competitive. In summary, as revenue maximization plays a fundamental role in pricing digital products, we reviewed the three major streams of revenues for digital products, namely money, information and privacy, and time and attention. Then, we visit the bundling and subscription planning for digital products, which echoes the opportunities and challenges due to low replication costs of information goods. Auctions are widely used in pricing digital products. We review some basic types of auctions and their applications in digital products, including sponsored such auctions, auctions with unlimited supplies, envy-free auctions, and online auctions. Some ideas employed by pricing digital products are also used in pricing data products. This will be discussed in the next section. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let me ask if is there any questions, comments, discussions so far? Okay, so this is a long morning talk, and then probably one thing we can do now is that we can take a break, and we'll come back. Please come back at 10:20. At 10:20, we will start to talk about pricing data products. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So we will take a break, but I will remain here. So if you have any questions, anything to discuss, feel free. Thank you. Okay, so there's a one question here. If a buyer has a limited budget, will the seller's revenue constant the same as the budget regardless of the price? Mm, seller's relevant constant. Not necessary. It depends on the purchase model. So, for example, if the buyer only buys one copy of the product, for example, is just say I just buy one copy of the movie, although I will have also I will have a budget, a limited budget, and the seller may not be able to consume all the budget of the buyer. It really depends on whether the seller also have an a sufficiently large number of different products. Because here, typically, we assume that one buyer only buys a digital product once. It doesn't buy it multiple times. Takesh, I don't know whether I answer your question or whether I understand your question correctly. Okay, welcome back. So almost the time for 10:20. So in the next, we will talk about pricing data products, and I will just do the whole section on pricing data products, which is long, about 80 to 90 minutes. And then after that, we will wrap up to talk about some future directions, and then we have a discussion, live discussion. Okay, yeah, thank you. So let me start now. And if you have any question, and meanwhile, please feel free to send me to type in your question in the chat box.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fifth section of my tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. This section is about pricing data products. In this section, we will discuss pricing in marketplaces of data. We will first obtain an overall understanding about data markets and the major players in such markets. Then, we will look into several most studied technical problems in data product pricing, including arbitrage-free pricing, fair and truthful pricing, privacy preservation in data marketplaces, and pricing dynamic data and online pricing. First, let's look at data markets and pricing. What are they? Marketplaces for data have been actively being developed for over a decade. An early survey identifies different categories and dimensions of data marketplaces and data vendors in 2012. There are many studies on various issues about data markets and pricing strategies. Before we discuss any specifics in detail, it is important to obtain an overall understanding about data markets, such as what are sold and for what purposes, who are the sellers, who are the buyers, and what are the basic pricing models. Pentlis and Aja present a brief economic analysis of data taxonomy as a market mechanism. Data and databases are legally protected by either copyright or database rights. Copyright protects expressions and significant creative effort that creates and organizes data. Database right protects a whole database. One challenge here is that both copyright and database right are hard to enforce due to the non-rivalrous nature of data. In general, data may be owned by governments, private parties, or individuals. Consequently, data can be categorized into three types: open data, public data, and private data. Open data are common pool resources, such as the data made available by the Open Data Initiative. Public data, such as the data collected by the government in the United States, are valuable resources subject to the tragedy of the commons. Public data are often produced by individuals or organizations for research and used by governments and local authorities, but may also be employed by commercial parties to enhance their proprietary resources or services. Private data are generated by private applications or services. To understand what are sold in data markets and for what purposes, Musgrave et al. Consider the common queries and demands on data markets, as well as the pricing strategies. They observed two major types of queries. The first type of queries are to estimate the value of a thing or compare the values of things, where examples of the things include web pages for advertisements, starlets, predictions, and products. The second type is to show all about a thing. Those queries are raised by 7 categories of beneficiaries, namely analysts, application vendors, data processing algorithms developers, data providers, consultants, licensing and certification entities, and data market owners. They also identify 3 types of market structures. First, in a monopoly, a supplier is powerful enough to set prices to maximize profits. Second, an oligopoly is dominated by a small number of strong competitors. Last, in strong competition markets, prices may align with marginal costs. A series of pricing strategies and models may be considered in data markets. First, free data may be obtained from public authorities and may help to attract customers and suppliers of commercial data and be integrated into private, not free data products. Second, prices can be based on usage, such as charging customers per hour of data usage. Third, package pricing allows a customer to obtain a certain amount of data or API calls for fixed fee. A few studies try to optimize package pricing models. Fourth, in the flat fee tariff model, the data product or service is offered at a flat rate, regardless of usage. It is simple, easy to use. The drawback is the lack of flexibility, particularly for buyers. Fifth, combining package pricing and flat fee tariff results in two-party tariff, that is, a fixed basic fee plus additional fee per unit consumed. This model is popular in data services. Specifically, Wu and Banker show that under zero marginal costs and monitoring costs, flat fee and two-part tariff pricing are on par, and two-part tariff is the most profitable strategy. Last, in the freemium model, users can use basic products or services for free and pay for premium functions or services. Recently, machine learning, particularly deep learning, becomes disruptive in many applications, such as computer vision and natural language processing. In most situations, powerful deep models heavily rely on large amounts of training data. Monetization of data and machine learning models built on data through markets gains stronger and stronger interest from industry. Specific to data as an economic good and data pricing as a monetization mechanism in this context. A series of studies focus on data utility for model building and the associated pricing, particularly considering privacy. Some data owners may have detailed knowledge of specific machine learning tasks and thus dedicate corresponding effort to collect high-quality data for building better models. Barbioff et al. Studied the design of optimal mechanisms for a monopoly data provider to sell her or his data. Specifically, they show that it is feasible to achieve optimal revenue by a simple one-round protocol. That is, a protocol where the buyer and seller each sends a single message, and there is a single money transfer. The optimal mechanism can be computed in polynomial time. For a buyer who may abort the interaction with a seller prematurely, multiple rounds of partial information disclosure interleaved by payments may be needed to ensure optimal revenue. Cummings et al. Study the optimal design for data buyers to purchase data estimators with different variants and combine the estimators to meet a required quality guarantee on variants with the lowest total cost. The role of privacy in data collection and machine learning model building is investigated. For example, Ghosh and Roth developed auctions that are truthful and approximately optimal for data buyers to obtain accurate estimates on data from vendors who are compensated for privacy loss. They show that the classic Vickery auction can minimize the buyer's total payment and meets the accuracy requirement. In general, modeling data owners' cost of privacy loss is very difficult since the cost may be correlated with private data arbitrary. It is impossible to design a direct revelation mechanism that can provide a non-trivial guarantee on accuracy. And at the same time, it is rational for individual data owners. To tackle the issue, Liggett and Ruth designed a take it or leave it mechanism by randomly approaching individuals from a population and making offers. This mechanism can be used for some data collection scenarios such as surveys. Versioning is an important strategy in data pricing. A data seller can customize data into different versions according to buyers' needs. Buckman et al. Developed the optimal menu of information products that a monopoly data supplier can offer to a data buyer, so that one product can fit the buyer's willingness to buy the information at the offered price, and the revenue is maximized. One important finding is that information products indeed allowed large scope of price discrimination. There are at least two dimensions that can be explored by sellers to derive various subsets of a dataset, namely the data quality and data position. When data are used to build machine learning models, it is important to access the value of each datum, that is, a data record within a dataset. Various methods exist for assessment, such as leave one out, leverage on inference score. Gopani and Zhou propose to apply the Shapley fairness on data used to train a machine learning model, and thus define data Shapley for a record I as the formula shown here. Where one challenge is that computing the exact data Shapley value on large datasets for sophisticated models such as deep neural networks is computationally prohibitive. They also provide Monte-Carlo and gradient-based methods for estimation. Data quality is an important issue. There are many studies on assessment of data quality. Some studies specifically focus on pricing based on data quality and the impact on data markets. Heckman proposed a simple linear model such that the value of data is the sum of the fixed cost and a weighted sum of the factors, where the factors include but are not limited to age of data, periodicity of data, volume of data, and accuracy of data. And the weight Wi is the associated weight, and thus the parameters in the model are hard to estimate. One practical difficulty in using the model is that many datasets do not have public prices associated. Yu and Jian considered pricing multiple versions formed by multiple factors of data quality. They built a two-level model. The first level is the data platform where a single owner is assumed, who assigns the number of versions. The second level is the customers who want to maximize the data utility. Each level is modeled as a maximization problem, and thus the whole model is a bi-level programming problem, which is NP-hard. Another way to form multiple versions of data products is to charge by queries. Intuitively, a data seller may treat a view of a dataset as a version. Setting the price for every possible view is not only tedious but also tricky. If prices on views are not set properly, arbitrage or less than highest prices may happen. Hodges et al. Propose a framework of query and view-based data pricing. The major idea is that the seller only needs to specify on a few views, and then the prices of other views can be decided algorithmically. They advocate two declarators, arbitrage-free and discount-free. Theoretically, they show that the existence and uniqueness of pricing functions satisfying the requirements. They also show the complexity of computing the pricing functions. Unfortunately, only selection views and conjunctive queries without self-joins are tractable. They present polynomial time algorithms for chain queries and cyclic queries. Technically, the core idea in view and query-based pricing framework is query determinacy. A query queue is said to be determined by a set of views V if the answer to Q can be derived from only the views. Query determinacy enables the feasibility of arbitrary detection. If V determines Q, then arbitrage happens if and only if the price of V is cheaper than that of Q. Koches et al. Further explore the technical challenges in practical implementation of view and query-based data pricing. Specifically, they develop an integer linear programming formulation for the pricing problem with a large number of queries. Considering the scenario where a user may purchase multiple queries over time or the database is updated, such that information in multiple queries and updates may have overlaps. They also leverage query history to avoid double charging. To handle the situation where there are multiple sellers, they define the share of a seller as the maximum revenue that the seller can get among all minimum cost solutions. And accordingly, they define a fair revenue distribution policy. They also demonstrate a prototype system. Tang et al. Follows the view and query-based pricing framework, but consider the minimum granularity of data. That is, each tuple is a view. Their model assigns to each tuple a price and prices queries based on minimum provenance. Tang et al. Extend view and query-based pricing to XML documents and consider the situation where a customer may just want to purchase a sample instead of the complete query result. Arbitrage-free pricing. Arbitrage is probably the most intensively studied issue in pricing data products. As introduced in the last section, in general, arbitrage is the activities that take advantage of price differences between two or more markets or channels. Arbitrage is undesirable in many pricing models. Unfortunately, arbitrage may slide into pricing models without rigorous design. For example, Balazinska et al. Analyzed the subscription-based pricing, possibly with a query limit allows arbitrage. Marshall et al. Point out that the pricing model of charging users a certain amount of API calls for a fixed rate may potentially allow arbitrage, depending on the package size. Being arbitrage-free is one of the fundamental properties of pricing models in query and view-based pricing. Lee and McLeod and Lee et al. Developed frameworks of pricing linear aggregate queries. Specifically, Lee et al. Consider linear queries. Given a dataset of n tuples x1, x2 to xn, a linear query Q, which is a set of Q1, Q2 to Q big N, is a valued vector. And the answer Qx is the sum of the Qi on Xi. For a multiset of queries S, which is equals Q1 to Qk, and query Q, big Q, if the answer to Q can be linearly derived from the answers to queries in this big S, then Q is said to be determined by S. A pricing function pi_q is arbitrage-free if for any multiset S and query set Q, such that this S determines Q, the price of Q should be less than the total price of this Qi. Under the general intuition of arbitrary freeness, Li et al. Consider a specific form of queries, linear queries with variance QV. That is, the estimation of the answer to query Q should have a variance no larger than V. Using different values of V, different versions can be formed. A pricing model not carefully designed may allow arbitrage. Li et al. First established the observation that indeed the price of Q given V is omega 1 over V. Then they synthesize pricing function, which is arbitrary if the f is positive and semi-norm. For any arbitrary pricing functions pi1 to pi k, they can apply this f to achieve an arbitrary fee pricing if this f is subadditive and non-decreasing function. As Wolf summarizes, the framework of by Li et al. Still faces three important challenges. First, arbitrage is still possible to derive answers to a bundle of queries from another bundle of queries and their answers. Second, arbitrage is still possible on biased estimators for statistical queries. Last, it is unclear whether we can obtain arbitrage-free pricing maximizing profit given the distribution of buyer demands. Later, Deep and coaches provide some interesting insights to bundle arbitrage-free pricing. Lin and Kiefer investigate arbitrage-free pricing for general data queries. They consider three types of pricing models for query bundles, where a query bundle is a set of queries posted simultaneously as a batch. First, an instance-independent pricing function depends on the query bundle but not the database instance. Second, an upfront dependent pricing function depends on both the query bundle and the database instance. A customer knows an upfront dependent pricing function and decides whether to purchase or not the query answers. Last, a delayed pricing function depends on both the query bundle and the answer computed by the query bundle on the current database instance. The customer knows the pricing function, but does not know the exact price. Once agreeing, the customer is charged with the answer that are computed. They also summarize 5 different types of arbitrage situations. First, if prices are quoted by queries, in order to avoid this price-based arbitrage, answers to queries should not be deduced from prices alone. Second, a buyer may use multiple accounts to derive answers to a query bundle. To avoid separate account arbitrage, the price of a query bundle Q1, Q2 should be at most the sum of the prices of Q1 and Q2. Third, if the answers to a query bundle QPi can always be deduced from answers to another query bundle Q, to prevent post-processing arbitrage from happening, the price of Q should be no cheaper than that of QPi. Fourth, Although the answers to a query bundle queue may not be always derivable from the answers to another query bundle queue pi on all database instances, still, for a specific database instance I, the answers to Q may be derived from the answers to Q pi. If so, a serendipitous arbitrage happens. Last, if two queries behave almost identical but their prices are dramatically different, almost certain arbitrage happens. Based on the above categorization, they discuss conditions that can prevent various types of arbitrage situations from happening. Pricing many queries in real time with formal guarantees on arbitrage freeness is challenging. Many theoretical methods are not scalable in practice. For example, it takes query market about 1 minute to compute the price of a joint query over a relation of about 1,000 tuples. Piranha is a system for query-based pricing. The system allows data sellers to choose from a set of pricing functions that are information arbitrage-free, which covers both post-processing arbitrage-free and serendipitous arbitrage-free in Lin and Kiefer's taxonomy. Piranha also supports history-aware pricing. Piranha has been shown highly efficient and scalable on the TPCH and SSB benchmark datasets as demonstration. The key idea in Piranha is that it regards a query as an uncertainty reduction mechanism. Initially, a buyer faces a set of possible databases I defined by a database schema, primary keys, and predefined constraints. Once a buyer obtains the answer E to a query queue, all possible databases D such that the answer on these database D are not E can be eliminated. The price assigned to Q should be a function of how much the set of possible databases shrinks. For example, if we can let S be the set of possible databases before the query queue is answered, S is called the support set. Then, the weighted coverage function assigns a weight Wi to every database Di in this S and computes the price to a query by the P QD is the sum of such Wi for all the databases whose answer is not the same as D. Alternatively, we can consider the equivalence relation in this S. We say two database instances Di and Dj are equivalent in this sense if and only if they have the same answer. Assign to each possible databases Di a weight Wi such that the sum of all the weights over all the databases in this S is 1. So let PQ be the set of equivalent classes. For each class B, denoted by this WB, which is the sum of all the members in this class, then the Shannon entropy function computes the price of query Q as the entropy of the query output. Indeed, Deep and Quattros show that the weighted coverage function, the Shannon entropy function, and the two entropy functions are all arbitrage free. Using the complete set of possible databases as the support set leads to a Shopee hard problem. To make the price calculation computationally feasible, Quena uses uniformed random sample and random neighborhoods as the support sets. In targeted advertising markets, user data such as opt-in email addresses and user impressions are sold as data products. How to price users properly to avoid arbitrage is important. Jian and Krishnan consider the following problem. Denote by this QI a selection query over user attributes. By this big UI, the set of all users satisfying QI. And by PI, the price of each user in this big UI. If a user purchases n users in this big UI, he has to pay small n times PI. If prices of different queries are not well coordinated, version arbitrage may arise. If two queries QI and QJ return similar users but PI is dramatically more expensive than PJ, then a user who wants QI may purchase QJ instead. Jian and Krishnan point out that uniform pricing, that is, every query has the same price, is arbitrage-free, but is a logarithmic approximation to the maximum revenue arbitrage-free pricing function. Then they present a greedy, non-uniform pricing design. The design starts with the optimal uniform pricing that is arbitrage-free, and then iteratively updates the pricing function. If the price of a query can be updated to increase the revenue, it is increased so that the arbitrage-free property is retained. This greedy algorithm is still a logarithmic approximation to the maximum revenue arbitrage-free pricing solution. Chen et al. Developed an arbitrage-free pricing design for multiple versions of machine learning models. They assume that the broker trains the optimal model on the complete raw data. Then, random Gaussian noises are added to the optimal model to produce different versions for different buyers. The rationale here is that the error of a machine learning model instance is monotonic with respect to the variance of the noise injected into the model. In this setting, a pricing function is arbitrage-free if and only if the price of a randomized model instance is monotonically increasing and subadditive with respect to the inverse of the variance. As explained in the previous section, the objective of maximization, revenue maximization, is often of special interest in designing pricing strategies. Since for a business to be successful long-term, a more immediate and important requirement is to win over as many customers as possible. Revenue maximization pricing for data products is a relatively less explored area. As mentioned earlier, Jian and Krishnan developed logarithmic approximation pricing algorithms for revenue maximization in user-based markets. They also consider the situations where both the maximum number and the minimum number of users that a buyer purchases are specific, and provided an OD approximation algorithm to revenue maximization. where D is the largest minimum demand among all buyers. Caller, consider query and view-based pricing for arbitrage-free revenue maximization under the assumption that all buyers are single-minded and the supply is unlimited. Here, a buyer is single-minded if the buyer wants to purchase the answer to a single set of queries. They consider three types of pricing functions. Uniform bundle pricing functions set the price of every bundle identically. Active or item pricing prices each item and charges a bundle the sum of prices for the items in the bundle. Fractionally subactive pricing or XOS sets K weights WJ1 to WJK for each item J. And for bundle E, the price is set to maximize the sum of all the WJI. Building on the extensive studies on revenue maximization with single-minded buyers and unlimited supply, they developed new heuristics. Specifically, it is well known that there exists uniform bundle pricing that is O log M approximation of revenue maximization, where M is the number of bundles. Swamy and Chung show that item pricing can achieve an O log B approximation of maximal revenue, where B is the maximum number of bundles an item can be involved. Chola et al. Show some new lower bounds, that is, uniform bundle pricing, item pricing, and XOS pricing combining a constant number of item pricing functions are still omega log M away from maximum revenue. They also present approximation algorithms. To maximize revenue in machine learning models, Chen et al. Show that the optimization problem is co-NP hard. Then they relax the subadditive constraint for every xn less than y and turn to finding a pricing function QD such that Qx over x is decreasing with respect to x. They show that for every well-standing pricing function P, there exists a pricing function Qx with the relaxed subadditive constraint such that this Px over 2 is less than Qx less than Px, and Qx can be computed using dynamic programming in O n squared time, where n is the number of interpolated price points. Now, let's look at fairness and truthfulness in pricing. Fairness and truthfulness are important for data product markets. Recall that fairness refers to that the revenue generated by a sales transaction in the data market is distributed to sellers in an unprejudiced manner, so that they are paid for their marginal contributions. Truthfulness means a market where buyers are well motivated to report their internal valuation of the data product's unrarity. Agroa proposed a mathematical model of data markets that are fair, truthful, revenue maximizing, and scalable. They assume each seller J supplies a data stream Xj. Each buyer N conducts a prediction task Yn. Xj and Yn are vectors of length t. For example, Xj may be a stream of customers' interest on different products, and Yn may be a task of predicting a new customer's interest. Taking a prediction task Yn and an estimate Yn hat, a prediction gain function Gn is from r to the power 2t to the range of 0 and 1. This function measures the quality of the prediction, the value that the buyer is willing to pay for a unit increase in G. A machine learning model M from r to the power of mt to r to the power t uses data from M sellers to produce an estimate Yn for buyer N's prediction task Yn. Let Pn and Bn be the price and the bid respectively. Then allocation function AF from Pn, Bn, Xm to Xm tilde measures the quality at which buyer N obtains, that is allocated to the sellers on sales Xm, where this Xm tilde is in the domain of r to the power m. Revenue function RF, defined as shown in the slide, calculates how much revenue Rn to extract from the buyer. The utility buyer N receives by bidding Nn for Yn can be calculated by the formula here. A market is truthful if for all prediction tasks Yn, this mu_n is the argument maximizing this u, z, yn. In this study, the authors adopt the notion of fairness following the famous Shapley fairness. One main result is that the data market defined as such is truthful if and only if function AF star is monotonic. That is, an increase in the difference between price rate Pn and the bid Bn leads to a decrease in prediction gain G. They also give randomized epsilon approximation algorithms for fair data market. That is, the difference between the Shapley value and the estimation is less than epsilon with probability 1 minus delta. Their algorithms are polynomial. Shapley fairness is popularly adopted as the foundation of fairness in data markets. However, computing Shapley value is exponential. Maliki et al. Presents a permutation sampling method that approximates Shapley value for any bounded utility functions. The basic idea is to use the previous equation, permutation-based equation of the Shapley value, and tackles the problem of this theta s as the expectation of u p s pi union s minus the u p I pi, as shown in this figure. And then we can do the sample and use the sample mean. Following Hofstad's inequality, to achieve an epsilon delta approximation, we only need 2r squared n over epsilon squared log 2n over delta samples and evaluate the utility function O(n) squared log n times, where r is the range of the utility function. Jian et al. Present approximation algorithms for Shapley value that can substantially reduce the number of times the utility function evaluation. First, they apply the idea of feature selection using group testing. For user S, let beta S be the random variable that S appears in a random sample of sellers. Then, for sellers Si and Sj, the difference in Shapley values between Si and Sj is given by the formula on the slide. They can use group testing to first estimate the Shapley differences and then derive the Shapley value from the differences by solving a feasibility problem. They show that this algorithm is an absolute delta approximation evaluating the utility function at most O square root n log n squared times. They further observed that most of the Shapley values are around the mean. Exploiting this approximate sparsity, they give an absolute delta approximation algorithm evaluating the utility function only On log n log n times. Gopany and Zhou propose a principled framework for fair data evaluation in supervised learning, and Monte Carlo and gradient-based approximation methods. Their Monte Carlo method follows a general idea similar to that in Jian et al. They generate Monte Carlo estimates until the average empirical corrects. They also argue that, in practice, it is sufficient to estimate the Shapley value up to the intrinsic noise in the predictive performance on the test dataset. Adding one tuple as a training data point does not significantly change the performance of a model trained using a large training dataset. Therefore, truncation can be used in practice based on the bootstrap variation on the test set. In their gradient Shapley method, they train a model using one epoch of the training data, and then update the model by gradient descent on one data point at a time, when the marginal contribution is the change in the performance of the model. In general, computing Shapley value requires an exponential number of model evaluations. However, for some specific models, the computation may be reduced dramatically. For example, Jian et al. Show that for unweighted KNN classifiers, the exact computation needs only On log n times. At time, an absolute delta approximation can achieve in O n to the power of h epsilon k log n time, when epsilon is not too small and k is not too big. They also propose a Monte Carlo approximation of O n log n square over log k square for weighted KNN classifiers. A key enabler of the progress is the specific utility function of a KNN classifier. We can rewrite this utility function in the formula shown on the slide. Here, alpha is the index of the training feature that is the k closest to X test among the training examples in S. Moreover, the sublinear approximation for unweighted KNN classifiers is facilitated by locality-sensitive hashing. Related to fairness and truthfulness in the market, cooperation among different agents in the market may happen. Building trust in a sub-community within a data marketplace becomes an interesting subject. Armstrong and Durfee becomes an interesting subject. Armstrong and Durfee analyze factors that may influence the efficiency of building trust and conducting cooperation in the data market. For each agent in the market, the other agents can be divided into two categories, naming those remembered agents and those strange or forgotten agents. They have a few interesting findings. Cooperations arising from interactions is inversely proportional to the rate of system missing. The number of initially misbehaving agents and the rate at which agents explore alternative strategies. Cooperation is also initially inversely proportional to population size. At the same time, cooperation is proportional to average member size and better estimation of the likelihood of strange agents to misbehave. Now, let's turn to another big topic, privacy preserving marketplaces of data. Privacy is a serious concern and also a critical tipping point in designing marketplaces of data. First of all, when a data user shares her or his data with some others, more often than not, the user may disclose her or his privacy to some extent. Therefore, it is important to explore how to protect or minimize the privacy leakage. At the same time, it is also important to understand how a seller's privacy disclosure may be properly compensated through data pricing. Gosh and Wolf designed truthful marketplaces where data buyers want to purchase data to estimate statistics and sellers want compensation of their privacy loss. In the design, there is only one query and the individual evaluation of data are private. Data owners are asked to report the costs for the use of their data. Under the assumption of differential privacy, they transform the problem into variants of multi-unit procurement auction. They show that when a buyer holds an accuracy goal, the classic Vickery auction can minimize the buyer's total cost and guarantee the accuracy. When the buyer has a budget, they give an approximation algorithm to maximize the accuracy under the budget constraint. The method by Gosh and Wolf may not work well when the costs and the data are correlated. For example, a store with more customer traffic may request a higher cost in using the data. Then, reporting the cost may reveal the privacy of the store. Fletcher and Loy tackled the scenario where costs are correlated with data. They propose a posted price-like mechanism. Given a set of data sellers categorized into different types and the associated distribution of costs, the mechanism offers each user a contract with the expected payment corresponding to the type. If a seller takes the offer, the payment is determined by seller's verifiable type and the associated payment in the contract. All sellers have the same probability to take or reject their contracts independently. The sellers are truthful, That is, a user will take the offer if the payment is larger or equal to the privacy lost. This posted price-like mechanism is Bayesian incentive compatible. That is, every seller's strategy is Bayesian Nash equilibrium. It is also interim individually rational, meaning the expected utility is non-negative for every seller when the seller decides truthfully. It is all epsilon to the power of minus 1 accurate, perfectly data private, and epsilon differentially private. Here, when we say it is perfectly data private, we mean whenever the mechanism's posterior belief about a seller's data differs from its prior belief, the mechanism pays the seller. Li et al. Tackles the same problem as Ghosh and Wolf do, but they assume that individual valuations are public and focus on returning unbiased estimations and pricing multiple queries consistently. To address the concerns on privacy loss, they develop a theoretical framework to divide the price among data owners who contribute to the aggregate computation and thus have loss of privacy. Their framework extends several principles from both differential privacy and query pricing in data markets. Liu et al. Further consider the scenario when multiple sellers' data are correlated. They extended the fairness defined by Li et al. To dependent fairness. The fairness mechanism in Li et al. Only compensates a seller whose data are used. In dependent fairness, a seller S is still compensated if the data of another seller S pi are used that are correlated with the data of S. They propose two approaches to privacy compensation. In the bottom-up approach, the broker first satisfies each individual seller's privacy compensation and then decides the price for the statistic selling to a buyer. In the top-down design, the broker decides the total price of a data aggregate product sold to a buyer and then spares a fraction of the total price for privacy compensation. The privacy compensation is divided and assigned to individual data sellers by solving a budget allocation problem. Each seller receives a compensation roughly proportional to the privacy loss due to the data sharing. Liu et al. Further extend to time series data that may have temporal correlations. They adopt pufferfish privacy to measure privacy losses under temporal correlation. While various efforts have been made to address the challenge of privacy loss compensation when user data are correlated in one way or another. As Ghosh and Wolf point out, in general, it is impossible for any mechanism to compensate individuals for privacy loss properly if correlations between their private data and their cost functions are unknown beforehand. In the classical setting of physical goods, contract theory with hidden information, that is, unobservable types of buyers, the seller designs a set of contracts with different consumption levels to maximize revenue from buyers. Lajcet and Sinha extend the contract design model to price a bundle of queries at different privacy levels to maximize revenue. At the same time, they also consider adversarial users. Their work also adopts differential privacy. For query bundle Q1 to Qk, a contract is a tuple P, epsilon, and S, where P larger than 0 is the price paid by a buyer, epsilon is the privacy budget, such that a buyer can get answer to query Qi with epsilon I differential privacy guarantee, and epsilon is larger than or equal to the sum of epsilon I over all K queries. And P is the post-hoc fine to be paid if a buyer is found misusing the query answers. It is assumed that an adversarial buyer derives a benefit C epsilon, which is monotonically increasing and convex. C0 equals 0. One interesting finding is that in the traditional contract theory, if there are n types of honest buyers and one type of adversarial buyers, the seller should design up to n plus 1 contracts. In the data marketplace situation, they show that up to n contracts are sufficient. In other words, a data seller should not design a contract for the adversary. Instead, the seller should adjust the contract's pricing to account for the risks for adversarial users. They also decide post-hoc fines in pricing query bundles that can help to reduce loss due to privacy leakage by adversarial buyers. They provide a fast approximation algorithm to compute contracts. A data owner has to decide a trade-off between privacy and data utility. Lee and Raccoon-Lethan designed an economic based incentive-compatible mechanism for a data owner to price and disseminate private data. Specifically, let two-part tariff pricing function RSX equals to alpha S, which is the fixed part, and beta S times X be the flexible part, be this price function for X amount of data with sensitivity level S, where this alpha S and beta S are the fixed and variable price factors respectively. Assuming two types of data users, one type for aggregate queries and patterns in data, and the other type for individual identity and personal information, the proposed mechanism works in 4 stages. First, the data owner selects a variety of sensitivity types to offer. Second, the data owner offers different prices for data with different sensitivity types. Third, a data user selects a certain sensitivity type with corresponding price, and thus reveal the user type. Last, the data user selects the optimal amount of data with the chosen sensitivity type. The core idea here is that the data owner can identify the sensitivity attributes in the data, such as the identifying attributes, which are not useful for aggregate analysis, but necessary at individual communication. A data owner can offer a low price for data without those sensitive attributes and charge for a higher price for data with sensitive attributes. This approach provides an orthogonal idea to the popular ways of tuning the parameter in differential privacy. Due to the privacy concern, when a company may have opportunities to collect data about its customers, should it do it? That means collecting and reviewing data, or not do it, meaning a blanket policy of never collecting. Jian et al. Find that the company should not collect customer data if the total gains from trading the data cannot cover the privacy loss. In practice, there is an increasing tendency for customers to overestimate their loss of privacy, particularly when the use of the private data is uncertain. In other cases, the company should offer two contracts on their services and products. One of the contracts collects the customer data at a certain price, and the other contract does not collect any customer data at a different price. While most of the studies on privacy-preserving data marketplaces focus on the privacy of data owners, transactions may also disclose privacy of data buyers, such as what, when, and how much they buy. For example, a retail company purchasing query results may be considered what queries like the product items or customer groups involved in the queries, when, the periods where the queries are concerned, and how much data it purchases as privacy, and may want to keep the information confidential from any others, including the data sellers and brokers. ILO et al. Designed a mechanism such that after making an initial deposit and maintaining a sufficient balance, a buyer can engage in an unlimited number of priced oblivious transfer protocols where the seller and the sellers and broker cannot know anything other than the amount of interaction and the initial deposit amount. The broker even cannot know the buyer's current balance and when the buyer's balance runs out. This is achieved by adapting conditional disclosure to the two-party setting. Distribution and use of private data are another important step where privacy may leak. Hennis et al. Demonstrates Sterling, a decentralized marketplace for private data, which supports privacy-preserving distribution and use of data. The central technical idea here comes from privacy-preserving smart contracts on a permissionless blockchain to provide strong security and privacy guarantees. They combine the blockchain smart contracts, trusted excursion environments, and differential privacy. Particularly, smart contracts allow enforcement of constraints on data usage and enable payments and rewards. Now, let's look at pricing dynamic data and online pricing. Many applications are built on dynamic data and online data. How to price views on data streams properly is an important issue for practical data markets. One central task is to estimate and optimize the operational cost, which are the costs to evaluate queries of different users on the fly. The pricing decision involves not only data sellers, but also data buyers. For example, suppose two data buyers B1 and B2 purchase two queries Q1 and Q2, such that Q2 can be written as a further selection on top of Q1. For example, Q1 is about all customers in North America, while Q2 keeps all the same as Q1 but focuses on only customers in Canada. The optimal pricing of Q1 and Q2 should take the advantage of the overlap between the two queries so that the sharing can save the operational cost, and at the same time be fair to both B1 and B2. L. Kingswani et al. Proposed a greedy method that enumerates all possible sharing plans and selects the one with the minimum additional cost. It does not come with any quality guarantee. Liu and Hakikumas propose an improved method that takes some risk in sharing plan. If the costs of the previous sharings are already accumulated to a high level, and the additional cost of a new sharing, that is the risk, is moderate and can be amortized well by the previous sharing, then the new sharing may be taken. They also give 5 rules to ensure fair pricing. Let ACS be the cost attributed to a sharing S. First, for 2 identical sharings S1 equals S2, ACS1 should be equal to ACS2. Second, for any sharing S, ACS should be no higher than the lowest cost of S if no other sharing exists. Third, for 2 sharings S1, S2, if the query of S1 is contained by the query of S2, in other words, the result of S1 is a subset of the results of S2, and the lowest cost of S1 is smaller than the lowest cost of S2 if no other sharing exists, then ACS1 should be no more than ACS2. Fourth, a sharing plan with common sub-expressions with other sharings should be compensated. Last, the cost of the global plan should be equal to the sum of costs attributed to all sharings. In order to purchase dynamic data, a buyer may have to call a seller's API repeatedly. A buyer may have to pay for the data multiple times. Untitled et al. Explored how to modify APIs to achieve optimal history-aware pricing. That is, buyers are charged only once for data purchased and not updated. The central idea is that the introduction of the notion of refund. A user can ask for refunds of data she or he has bought before. For each query, the seller issues a coupon in addition to the query result, where the coupon records the identity information of the data in the query result. More specifically, coupon C equals ID, UID V, and tau and H, where ID is the tuple identifier, UID is the user ID, V is the version ID that is monotonically increasing, tau is a query identifier that is monotonically increasing too, and H is a cryptographical hash function, such as SH1, SHA 256, and SHA3. And kappa is a secret key only known to the seller. If a buyer gets 2 coupons C1 and C2 in 2 different purchases, such that C1 and C2 match in TID, UID, and V, then the buyer can ask the seller for a refund by showing the 2 coupons. As they point out, the refund mechanism does not provide any arbitrage-free guarantee. In Quran, they can support history-aware pricing. To incorporate a query history, suppose a buyer already purchases queries Q1 equals Q1, Q2 to Qk and pays for a total of PQD so far. When a new query Qk plus 1 comes, let the support set Sk plus 1 equals to the formula in the slide. Then the new total price P can be updated accordingly. This history-aware pricing function is shown arbitrary-free. Jian et al. Consider online pricing for mobile cloud sensing data markets. Different from most of the work on data markets, they assume that data providers distributed in space and three types of spatial queries from buyers, namely single data query, multi-data query, and range query. Single data query is a query that the value at a specific location. Range query is the probability that the data at a region falls in a given range. Multi-data query is the mean in a region, and range query is the probability that the data at a region falls in a given range. The vendor uses the raw data from data providers and produces a statistical model through Gaussian process to answer queries. To form different versions of data products, the vendor generates different conditional Gaussian distribution with respect to locations and uses the conditional entropy to quantify the quality of the versions. They propose a randomized online pricing strategy so that the price can be adaptive from the historical queries. They show that the pricing mechanism is arbitrary-free and is a constant factor approximation of revenue maximization. Liu et al. Consider online data market where a query may be sold to different buyers at different time, and the broker can adjust prices over time. The objective is to maximize the broker's cumulative revenue by posting reasonable prices for sequential queries. They design a contextual dynamic pricing mechanism with the revenue pricing constraint. The central idea is to use the properties of lately sold for efficient online optimization. Their method can support both linear and nonlinear market value models with uncertainty. In summary, in this section, we review the topic of pricing data products. We first analyze the structure, players, and ways to produce data products in data markets. Then, we examine several important areas in pricing data products, including arbitrage-free pricing, revenue maximization pricing, and fair and truthful pricing. We also discuss how to price dynamic and online pricing. When pricing data products in a marketplace, those several considerations are typically incorporated and integrated in one way or another. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you for staying with us. Now let's conclude the tutorial.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last section of my tutorial on data pricing from economics to data science. In this section, we will wrap up our tutorial. Let me first briefly compare data pricing with some other research areas, particularly pricing data and cloud computing. Then, we will discuss a series of challenges and directions for future work. The research into data pricing happens simultaneously in multiple domains, including economics, marketing, e-commerce, databases and data management, operational research, management science, machine learning, and AI. However, to the best of our knowledge, there exists very limited effort to provide an interdisciplinary survey of the related work. This tutorial presents our effort to produce a comprehensive picture. We will publish a survey article later to provide more comprehensive information. There are some previous studies related to data pricing. For example, there are surveys on the life cycle of big data and reviewed different data pricing models. In that survey, they also discussed data trading and protection. Moreover, there are studies to report a literature survey over 18 research articles regarding several research questions, including maturity of the pricing models and pricing models. In this tutorial, we cover a substantially broader scope than those previous review articles. We connect economics, digital product pricing, and data pricing. We also discuss a series of desirable properties in data pricing, including arbitrage freeness, revenue maximization, fairness and truthfulness, and privacy preservation. We also reviewed the techniques achieving those properties. Data pricing is highly related to cloud pricing, since a lot of data for pricing and trading are hosted on cloud. There is existing survey on cloud pricing models comprehensively. The survey systematically categorizes three fundamental pricing strategies, namely value-based pricing, cost-based pricing, and market-based pricing. Then, they further categorize 9 pricing tactical objectives. Specifically, there are value-based pricing, which is demand-driven, consists of customer value-based pricing, experience-based pricing, and service-based pricing. Cost-based pricing, which is supply-driven, consists of expenditure-based pricing, resource-based pricing, and utility-based pricing. Market-based pricing, which is an equilibrium of supply and demand, consists of free and pay later pricing, retail-based pricing, and auction and online pricing. In that survey, the authors cover in total 60 pricing models. While data and cloud are highly related, data pricing and cloud pricing are fundamentally different. Data pricing is selling data, while cloud pricing is selling cloud services such as storage and computation, including physical resources, virtual resources, and stateless resources. In addition, there are different pricing models and pricing themes used by some popular infrastructure as a service providers. Some people propose pricing as a service, which is essentially a personalized pricing service for IaaS. There are also studies to propose broker as a service, which matches cloud services among cloud service providers and users. The key there is to predict resource demands and thus derive prices. As data are often hosted online, one interesting question is that the fair sharing of the cost among data owners, data users, and data brokers. This is related to data pricing because the cost of data hosting and processing have to be recovered from data pricing. There is studies showing the fair allocation of costs in query services. They develop a stochastic model which predicts the extent of cost amortization in time and number of services based on query traffic statistics. The model can be implemented on top of any cloud DBMS. And also, there are studies providing a cost assessment tool to evaluate the cost of a desired data sharing. One useful feature of the tool is that a user can explore the cost base of alternative configurations using various factors, such as quality, stateliness, and accuracy. Now, let's look at the challenges. In literature, a series of challenges are identified. The first challenge is the growing number of data providers. That means there is a clear growing number of data providers in data markets. Correspondingly, we need to create information extraction systems that can attach structured, semantically meaningful labels to text data with little human effort. Given that labeled text data enable an analyst overlap operations on web data with the same simplicity as a web search, this is a big challenge. Second, data markets will offer the entire stack of niche domains. Correspondingly, we need to enable analysts to create domain-specific data processing flows with little cost. Therefore, how to enable and optimize black box user-defined functions in these flows becomes a very important challenge. Indeed, the recent development of deep learning and AI already shows the great potential and also the great challenge. Third, customers demand data more quickly. To respond to their demands, we need to build systems that can reliably answer brand monitoring queries to indexes with heavy read and write access. Our service have to stick to the ACIT constraints on a scalable infrastructure in order to enable near real-time brand monitoring. Next, customers will use product substitutes. Therefore, we need to provide such substitutes and also price them properly. The challenge here is that given a list of entities and their properties, we need to identify a set of mining algorithms that have been optimized to a very high degree for exactly this dataset. We need to provide a user with an excursion sample and recommend an algorithm with regard to excursion time, precision, and recall. In other words, we need to have the performance guarantee for the data products and data services. Fifth, data markets will offer price transparency. Therefore, we need to develop incentives for suppliers for price transparency. And currently, the data pricing work focuses on each step, but does not really connect all the steps together to provide the price transparency. Last, data pricing is one mechanism in the data markets. Therefore, we need to learn from customers. That means we need to collect the transactional data from customers and leverage this data for solving the above challenges. In addition to those challenges, indeed, there are more challenges we need to address. First, data as a product or services as products. We need to form the data supply chain, and we need to operate the whole supply chain efficiently. And how to create such a supply chain network and how to make sure the supply chain network of data is smooth, this is a big challenge. And also, at this time, most of the data pricing solutions focus on some individual steps. But to make a data marketplace, we need the end-to-end solutions. The end-to-end solutions pose grand challenges and also grand opportunities. Data pricing is based on data value. Therefore, valuation of data and data usage from different angles are important. For example, some obvious angles include the data providers, users, brokers, and there may be more, such as the commonwealth. We talk about the pricing, and economically, pricing is always associated with accounting and auditing. Therefore, how to conduct accounting and auditing about the data markets is an important challenge. Last but not least, when we talk about the general techniques, we also need to think about specific applications, because vertical applications may provide unique opportunities but also challenges. Fairness, truthfulness, and privacy preservation in those specific application domains become very interesting and important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for staying to the end of the tutorial. Any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer questions and discuss with you. If there's no questions, then at this time, you're welcome to send me email. The contact information is also available on the web page of the tutorial. And thank you again. There's one question here. Does arbitrage here mean that the buyer will sell the more data in another market with higher price? Of data product arbitrage. No, arbitrage here means that the seller may list two different versions of or services of the same data, so that a buyer can use a cheaper version to derive what it needs. For example, arbitrage. One typical example is, as I mentioned in the tutorial, if I give one article access for $10, and I also give, say, the subscription to every month for all the articles in that month for say $5. And then for a specific user, indeed, the user may just buy the access to the whole month in order to get the paper, to get the article. So this subscription mechanism indeed is an example of arbitrage. And what you mentioned that one buyer may get the data, get the product, and sell it into another market. This is a cheating. And then, I mean, it depends on what the Sorry, it seems my network is not stable. So continue to the question. What I mean there is that if the network is if one buyer buys one product from one market and sells in another market, it really depends on whether the value added by the buyer is within the contract or also has some market value. This is what I mean is supply chain of the whole data market. It is a new challenge that so far there's not systematic studies how to address that. So I hope I answered this question. Any further questions? Okay, the time is there. Thank you so much and have a nice day and enjoy KDD this week. Thank you. Bye-bye.